Alright, what is up, internet? There you go. What's up, universe? Okay, so as per usual, it's gonna take old Jonesy a second to get going here. Let's move over to this screen so there at least there's some hypnotizing fans to look out, you know? So as you watch the fans spin, just remember, subscribe to Jonesy Dude. Follow Jonesy Dude. You want to thumbs up the video. Alright, let me see. Gotta check my audio. Where is it? Okay. Audio's a little loud, I guess. It's not the loudest I've ever heard it. Let's see. I can't get my AirPods to work right now for some reason. Let me check here. You know what? Maybe they're connecting to this other device here. Let me turn this thing off. Yeah, maybe. That might have been what it was. Interesting. Alright. Let's try again. Where is all my stuff, dude? I got so much shit. Don't know what to do with it all. Boxes everywhere, fans everywhere, fucking cheap Dell monitors everywhere. It's really weird. Why is it not? Hold on. Where is my interest? Okay, what is it called on these things? Some kind of connect thing for... and now my computer is beeping at me. Well, isn't that weird? Okay, I think I might have sorted it out. There we go. Took me a minute. Sometimes Bluetooth doesn't want to cooperate. Yo, thanks for the follow over on Kick. What we got there? Othman, appreciate it. Thank you so much for dropping by, and especially thank you for the follow. Okay, so today it's not a full part 6. We haven't moved on yet. We're still like in the part 5 range of this series. So part 5.5 will be me attempting just to play around with this Titan. Again, this was one of the like don't get me wrong, like maybe the 680 is like the sweetest GPU perhaps, but for the Titan, when it came out, I knew a lot more about GPUs and just in general, like building PCs. You know, you're always learning as you go. So by the time that card came out, I learned a bit more. So I just want to play with it just a little bit more, be silly with it, have some fun. You know, we're not going to take it too seriously because, you know, it could give up at any moment. But when it does, we can quick change over to part 6, which will be, the changeover will be, we'll go on to the 980 GPU. And so that one's easy. It's just a blower fan cooler on it, just a blower setup. We can just, you know, slap that in there. We don't have to have a radiator. We don't have to have cooling lines. We don't have to have any of that stuff. Still getting alerts on my computer. Maybe I should turn this speaker down just in case. Might accidentally play some copyright music or something if I click on a link or something for YouTube. Alright, let me power this on and see if I don't remember if I have everything still plugged in. Yep, all the fans are plugged in. Where's my keyboard? Got this. Alright, so it's still alive. It's hard to tell, unfortunately. The lights are pretty bright at the moment. I might be able to change that, and then we can see the the green eye rings around the googly eyes, just so we can have that ambience as we play around with this. AI tweaker. Alright, so yesterday at the very end we went ahead and punched in a very minor overclock on the CPU, which is a 7700K, and let's see if I can show that. Let's move over to this, and as we go all over through this, I will have to move my windows around, like my capture window. You know, obviously it might depend on how good my quality of the stream is, and that might go up and down, right? So there might be times when it's like looking nice and crisp and clear and everything's good, and then other moments when maybe the internet gets hammered here at old Jonesy's house, and you know, if that happens, it may need to be stretched and blown up a little. So feel free to let me know if you wanted to see something a little clearer, whether it be camera of if I'm installing something, or if it's the actual capture of like the BIOS, things like that, whatever. If you're watching the VOD, just accept my apologies for the shoddy camera work here and the shoddy directorship. So anyway, what this motherboard does, like if I apply XMP to my RAM, it automatically takes this 7700K from a 4.2 clock rating, which obviously Intel still have their boosts that they do and all that, but it takes it from that and it pumps it up to a 4.5. So that's cool. It's not bad, right? It's nice that it just goes hand in hand, and I think most motherboards do something like that because probably it's all above my head, but probably that's how they work out, you know, getting the RAM to overclock to those speeds and getting it all to like work together, whatever, right? But then it has, you know, a couple little easy overclock settings that you can set on it. So yesterday I applied an setting 1 that it has, and it boosted us to a 4.6. So it's only 100 megahertz higher than the 4.5 that we had yesterday. But to do that, it dropped our RAM frequencies from 3600 to 2933 like automatically. And so obviously, depending on what we're doing, that might cost us some points on certain 3D marks, and it may not matter as much on other 3D mark tests, right? And it helped us with the integrated GPUs scores yesterday, but it didn't really help us a whole lot with our Titans scores, right? Most we could get yesterday was a 1771, which is, you know, a good bit away from 8th place. So we're in 9th place. 8th place is 1808 is the score. I just don't know how we're gonna get there with this CPU, because the GPU really feels like, especially with my experience, it feels like it's at its dead end as far as what we can get out of it. So the only thing we might have a chance at getting just a little bit more points, maybe we can get 20 to 30 more points, I'm hoping, but probably not likely, is if we can get the CPU to punch a little harder during its test. And so today we're going to try AI setting number 2, like that AI overclocking stuff. And then after that, maybe we'll try a couple manual things here or there. But anyway, what I'm talking about is we literally went down to the bottom here on the AI tweaker in the BIOS. It's not super important because it's just, you know, it's just how just one of those like auto, like, kind of help you get it right, overclocked for you, where you don't have to fuck with things. Oh, here it is. So it's actually more in the middle. It's called OC Tuner, and so I just went with 1. It's not always this way, but usually 1 will give you like a little bit of an overclock, and then 2 will give you a little bit more, right? But I actually don't know if this Asus one, if that's the order it goes in, because it's not always that way. I don't know why, because there's sometimes where number 1 is the higher tune than number 2, which is confusing. So anyway, yesterday we used number 1, and it gave us about a 4.6, but it dropped our RAM to 2933. Today we will test out the second setting that it has there. We'll let it tune up, you know, do all its automatic stuff. Hopefully that's a little bit higher, and hopefully we get a little bit more of our RAM back, but it might drop our RAM again to get that. I don't know. So we'll find out what happens. Let's go ahead and tell it to tune, and then I don't know if it's something I can get back into the BIOS quick enough, because sometimes on these tunings I've noticed it goes really fast past the BIOS opportunity, and it just goes right into the Windows very quickly if it passes its tuning. So yesterday it took it a minute, and it didn't like pass. So see, we got back in, and now we get to see, did it do anything? Did it apply any kind of overclock? So let's see. Where is it? So yeah, it did give us a little bit better bump, right? So it brought us up to a 4.8. So that's cool, you know. So it started out with just a 4.5 over the stock 4.2. Yesterday we tried 4.6. Today, just by choosing setting number 2, it's giving us an automatic 4.8. And it did not drop our RAM frequency further. We're still hitting the 2933. I'm not going to try to go back in and mess with that. Sometimes these dumb setups, if you use an AI overclock and then you try to manually do your RAM with XMP's help, it undoes the other overclock. So if you want both your CPU at 4.8 and you want your RAM at its 3600 again, on most of these you will have to do both things kind of manually, or you will let the AI do its thing and then maybe we can manually tune up the RAM. But I don't want to make it more unstable than it might already be with my limited BS. So I'm just gonna let it ride and see if that gives us any better scores when we get into 3D Mark. And if it does or it doesn't, maybe then we'll restart and we'll go back into this puppy. So let's go ahead and save, reset, and once I get into Windows, I'll give you back the capture, and maybe we'll even stretch it up so it's a little easier to see 3D Mark when it spits out the scores or whatever, if we even complete any tests today. Yesterday we spent about 80% of our stream crashing and failing 3D Mark tests, right? I'd say 75%, right? And then we probably had another 10 to 15%. No, actually, no, it was probably 60% we were crashing. 30% we were trying to tweak those settings. And then the remaining 10%, we did have some runs that completed, but nothing spectacular for the Titan. The only thing that gave us a real spectacularness was our good old HD630, which it must be the best in the world, because it's just flying away from all the other scores that I see on 3D Mark. So, isn't that ironic? All the GPUs I've bought, and we went through however many so far over the years. And what if the thing that like scores the best against its peers is a iGPU? Like, that just sounds like Jonesy luck. That is the luck of the Jones. Alright, let me see. So now that we're actually like getting starting, I will probably tweet this out just in case it helps any of the people that were here yesterday that may have not seen notifications. Just let them know. When old Jonesy went live. Boom. And then that lets me monitor this. Go ahead and pause that up. Go ahead and refresh it. And we did have some drop frames. It's upsetting when that happens, but whatever. Let me make an effort to shut down on some of this extra business. Alright, so let's pop over here and share the desktop. Excuse me for a second. I just saved your ears. That's all I did. I muted up. Yo, Gorov, what is up, my dude? Heck yeah. Oh, you're done? You got i5 14th gen. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's good, man, right there. That's a good gaming PC, and you can get a lot of productivity done. You got 32 gigs of RAM. Hey, congrats. AceRock B760, still legend. You got a 3070. Congrats, my dude. 750 watt. Gold certified. 10 years old, don't support. What do you mean your monitor doesn't support? I got some old monitors, man, that I've gamed on, and I've had a good damn time. I tell you what, there's I don't know the situation with your monitor, but to be honest, in my situation, in my experience, there's a time frame, and it might be, in my opinion, about 10 years ago, where cheap monitors were built way better than what current cheap monitors are built like, right? So like, and I'm talking about like, I've got, like right now for my stream setup, I've got a bunch of Dell cheap monitors, like just those cheap office monitors that Dell made, LCD screens. And I mean, when I put it next to one of my cheap, like kind of gamery monitors, the colors still look better on my Dell monitors. Okay, I got you. It's 720. Dude, you're gonna be pushing some frames, baby. That's all right too. You know what I do a lot of times? When I want the frames, my guy, I just turn that resolution way down. So. But seriously, congrats on everything else. You got the important stuff, like really freaking fleshed out. Um, you know, the monitor is something, that you can like, you can upgrade that pretty much at any time. I know it's not, you know, who knows. I've had a lot of fun with like all kinds of monitors. In fact, I know some people don't agree with me, but I would rather have better hardware and have to skimp on my monitor than have it the other way. Have like the best monitor ever, but then I kind of like, you know, cut back a little bit on GPU or something. You know? That's just me. So oh, so you can't connect? Interesting. Maybe there's like some of that, like even for desktop, you can set certain types of DLSS sometimes. I forgot what it's called, but you can go in there and like, you can like select it to like your monitor 720, and then you can just have it scale to that while your PC still runs at 1080. Right, that you can't see. Damn. That's crazy. Let's say you have an i5, right? Have you tried connecting to your motherboard iGPU first? Like try to connect, like does your monitor have two inputs? Because if you can connect to that, you can get to your desktop, and maybe the iGPU will be a little bit more flexible with your monitor, if you know what I mean. It's a long shot. They may both do the same thing, but it was just an idea to test. Oh, really? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the other thing is, you know, there might be, you know, like search around, it's possible. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That sucks, dude. Yeah, it might be possible there's something like an adapter that can work for you, so just Google it. You know, obviously the end goal is to get a different monitor. So, you know, checking those deals, man. You're already rocking. So hopefully you can find a good deal on a monitor or a TV. Because there are some TVs that have good low input as well, similar to monitors. So you can always keep those in your shopping ideas. Right, VGA. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, that's tough, man. That's rough to try to figure out those things sometimes. But I've played around with a lot of adapters over the years, and dude, I've even got adapters that go from VGA to HDMI. I've had adapters that allowed me to go from VGA to the RGB component cables, if you know what I'm talking about. They look like RCA cables that are just, you know, the yellow and then the red and white. But then there's the other ones that are like a little bit better than that, and that's the green, red, blue. And then you have your red, white for your audio. I've had adapters that worked okay for me that were from VGA to that, to the red, green, blue cable hookups. Oh yeah, that's a funny saying. I like that. I have cake in my hand, but you can only smell it. You can't eat it. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna take that, man. But I'm gonna tell that I heard it from my boy Gorov. Yeah. Shoot, that's awesome. Yeah, I have many, what I call them sometimes is I have many a paperweight of some of my electronic devices that I can't use, either because they're broken or dead or because they're no longer compatible or no longer supported. So I got quite a few paperweights in my house. You know, you can just weight down a stack of papers with them. That's awesome. Is this did you use a hard drive where you already had a computer from before, like in the past? Oh, okay. So yeah, you're just gonna plan to go look for something? Yeah, hey man, you could find some good deals sometimes. Um, Over here, one of the big things that a lot of gamers are into is trying to get CRT TVs, for like, for retro gaming and stuff. And, some of those can be quite expensive because the better ones are owned by people that kind of know that, you know, gamers want these things really bad. And but dude, I found me a 32-inch one time, a Panasonic, a really good one. CRT, had a lot of good specs, and they only wanted $100 for it. And it was like, it was still working. So yeah, you just never know, man. Going with new stuff? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, At least you get that return window at most places by going new, so that's good. Let me see here. Oh, dude, I keep forgetting. Let's turn up the power. Let's turn up the temp, whatever the hell that's called. I'm gonna make sure that we're letting this thing stretch its legs as much as possible. Oh. No way. You got that for 200? That's crazy. A 3070. Holy shit, dude. You know, 3060 Ti's are going for like $500, man, over here. You know, and of course, you know, exchange rates or whatever. Who the fuck knows what things are. But, I guess what we should do first is leave everything zeroed out, just give it all the power it wants, and just do a run while we're chatting. We'll just let this thing do a run to see if, I just want to see if it's still, is it still able to complete something. And then also I want to test if leaving precision open, does that cause it to crash the test? Because sometimes I've had trouble with precision crashing the test. So I want to see how it does today. Yeah, you got real lucky, man. That is a hell of a deal. But that's why I tell everybody that comes in to ask me, you know, because I've had like 2 or 3 people, you know, just, you know, trying to bounce ideas back and forth. I'm like, dude, always double check. The day that you're like going to go pay for the one that you think you're getting, double check, because you just never know what deals are out there. Alright, let's go. What was it? Oh yeah, Time Spy Extreme. And so today we should have a little bit higher boost on that CPU than we did yesterday, but slightly less on the memory. And then right now we haven't overclocked the GPU at all, because we're gonna see if we're still stable at like 0. Because since the CPU is different, I want to see, like, is the CPU now crashing? Who knows? Who freaking knows? But yeah, Gorav, congrats, man. Happy for you, dude. And then I also hope that that same luck streak goes with the monitor search tomorrow. And it's 3 fan. Nice. Yeah, the Asus models are good. I like them because they have, you know, they have pretty good software support if you want to go that route. You know, you can download the Asus stuff, you know, to manage things or monitor it. And then, you know, you always have the choice of like picking something else to monitor things like hardware info, or depending on the card, sometimes Afterburner from MSI is something you can use as well. It just depends on, you know, the exact card. Hey man, all right, well, if it's your rest time, you know, have a good one, get some good sleep, that way tomorrow you hit that market, you know, nice and refreshed, have your wits about you, you know, get in there and get a good deal, dude. Appreciate you dropping by, Holmes. Congrats again, dude. So hopefully some of Gorev's luck is going to rub off on us today, and we're going to get some good scores, some good overclocks. You know, like a lucky rabbit's foot or a lucky horseshoe. You know, let's just get some of that energy and let's pump it right into 3D Mark and pump it into this Titan. And let's get something good today. Starting quite late today, compared to the previous 2-day start times. But I was exhausted from last night, and I needed a little bit of time to like get up to, I don't know, an energy level, or at least refreshed enough to start this stream up and fight with all these tiny movements of freaking overclock or whatever the heck we're doing. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Alright, so CPU test. This is where we should, we should get a boost here, and by pulling this score up a little bit. I mean, obviously boosting your CPU helps your GPU in those other tests as well, but then obviously it also helps the score for this test, and maybe it helps just a little bit. It's not the most important thing, obviously. The GPU is, but getting that CPU to like pump out more effort, really hoping it doesn't crash and that we can just gain some numbers here. And since we haven't even pushed the GPU at all today, whatever this score is, hopefully that means we can just keep going forward with that. I don't know. Because without an overclock, I think this GPU probably is, what, 1500 to 1600 is the range. And that's before we pushed our CPU up into the 4.8 range. Yeah, I don't know. And then I don't know if maybe going back into the BIOS and like trying to manually set the RAM at a 3600 instead of what the AI clock wants to do, which is at 2933. Maybe that helps a little too. I don't know. I don't know. That's why we're here today. To find out. And hopefully we can get something good going today so that we're comfortable tomorrow switching out and playing around with the 980. Loading result. Okay, not bad. Remember, this is no overclock on the GPU, so to get that 1771 we overclock both the core and the memory. Just a little bit, technically speaking, but still we did do that to get those scores. So now I guess we can plan things that it will complete the test. We know that. I actually do need to get a drink real quick. So just as a experiment, I do want to, so we got a 1629, right? What happens if I close precision, right? Because we had precision running right here in the tool tray. So you can see we didn't do any overclocks or anything. We just kind of let it have whatever power it wants, right? So let's just Double save things. Nah, that's fine. Let's close it this time. Okay, and while I step and go get a drink, we'll have this run again. Might as well check the temps real quick. So average 38? No way, it's not even working hard. We gotta find a way to get this thing to work hard. It's just, it cannot push enough frames. This test is too hard for it. So it's just not able to process the frames in a way that would work it. It's weird. Alright, whatever. So let's run it without precision, see if the score, does that help the score at all? Just curious. So anyway, I'll be right back. Yo, Vortex, dude. What is up, man? What is up, Vortex? So right now we are just we're just putting AC temperature into the box. So no ice yet. It's just empty at the moment, and then I have the AC vent flowing into this, right? But we might be able to add some of those ice packs as we go to see if, you know, obviously it only helped very little yesterday for the overclocks. We were unable to get a big boost in overclock like we had hoped. But you know, it's always today. Today's a new day. And today we have the CPU clocked up a little bit more. So most of yesterday our CPU was at 4.5 gigahertz. And then at the very end we went to 4.6. Today we're trying out 4.8. So hopefully with the CPU putting in a little bit more work, hopefully that can help this Titan do maybe an extra frame or two here or there. I don't know. And then maybe we'll finally hit 1800, because the most we got was 1771 yesterday. How's your day, Vortex? Oh shit, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I'd be excited too to try out a new GPU like that. Awesome, bro. That's what I like, man. You know, at the end of the day, like when I don't actually pay attention to, like, you know, frame rate counters and things like that, like I've had instances where games were smooth as butter, but then when I tested the FPS, it didn't wow me, it didn't amaze me. And it's like, it felt like, well, wait a minute, I don't understand this. But there's more to a game running smooth and a GPU handling the work really well than just hitting high frame rates. And there are some GPUs that are just so stable and consistent And with all the reviews of the 5700 XT back in the day, it seems like that is just a, like it just hits a frame rate and holds it so well. So that might be why it feels so damn smooth. Medium to high. Okay, fair enough. 75. Nice, dude. All right. Yeah, that's a beautiful game. Like, it really reminds me of some of my favorite games of all time that I want to come to PC really, really bad is the Infamous games. Especially the PS3 versions, but I also like the PlayStation 4 game, Infamous Second Son. Oh, I love those games. Those are like my favorite, top 10 favorite games of all time. Like, they're in my list. God of War is also playable. Yeah, sometimes you have to, my dude, because it's like some of that stuff that runs in the background is eating up your performance, bro. So irregardless of your hardware, sometimes those games are just loaded down with stuff, man. So all right, so it actually went to 1627 instead of 1629 is what we had last with precision running. So that is margin of error, you know. I wouldn't say it runs faster with precision on, but in margin of error terms, that means we shouldn't fear precision until we get to the very nitty-gritty at the end. That's the only time we should fear it. So for now, for today's testings, most of the time I'm just going to leave it running, but minimized. After I set the settings, I'll just minimize it. Because obviously we have precision running in our task manager anyway. Because what I'm actually only closing, technically speaking, is this interface. I'm not like closing the whole damn thing, right? So let's see here. But the reopening this thing every fucking time is slowing us down. So here we go. Playing Infamous. We're gonna emulate Classics 2, Sly, Ratchet, Crash Bandicoot. Oh, dude, yeah. I heard AMD stuff is really good with emulation. I don't know if that's true or not. It's been a minute since I've really punched around with the AMD cards, with the AMD GPUs. But I heard that they're pretty good for that. Same with the CPUs, apparently. And maybe that's because, like, you know, PlayStation 3 is like kind of like a weird, that cell processor and all that kind of shit. And you know, AMD does some different things with its stuff. So I don't know, maybe there's some kind of weird overlap where it works better than what NVIDIA and or Intel does. I don't know. That's cool. But if you do that, if you get some, like, look into Infamous if they have those. Because I think those games are amazing. I love Infamous 1, which is just called Infamous. And then there's Infamous 2. And it has a couple, there's like a couple like side off things. Like, I love that one as well. There's like a Halloween one where Cole has to fight vampires. And then there's the PS4 stuff though. That may not be on emulation or whatever, but that's like, that's where you get into Infamous Second Son and Infamous First Light. But my favorites are Infamous 1 and 2. Bar none. Those PS3 games are awesome. They're up there for me with the OG Demon Souls. That's another top. That's a top 3 or 5 game for me, Demon Souls. I love that. So definitely look into that, man. Yeah, I really think so. I agree with that. Yeah. I also just like how, you know, the scope of it, it was like, you know, this entire city, the way he can climb everywhere, all that. But then on top of that, you know, it might seem a little cheesy, but you know, like with the citizens kind of reacting and the little funny things they say. Another amazing game, if you haven't played them, I don't know. Some people don't like this series as much as I do. But another top 10 game for me of all time favorite is Saints Row the Third. Dude, that also reminds me of the Infamous games. Just the way it plays and like the goofy humor and all that kind of stuff. Really good stuff, man. Good stuff. Alright, let's see. Miles Morales, but like 10 years older. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Those Spider-Man games, they give me that nostalgia feeling. You know what I mean? But obviously, you know, you get to play as Spider-Man, or you get to play as Miles and all that. So you get to and you get to see Miles' transition into the Spider-Man. It's really cool because of the comic book side of it. But the feeling of it, I always keep thinking of Infamous. It's crazy. Alright, let me see now. I'm going to... I don't know. I'm going to leave this alone this time. And I'm just going to see if it allows us to get where we were yesterday, which was, what was it? 126 on the core. I want to see if we can get there without any ice. I'm going to get to see what we can do. And then over here, I feel like we were at 162. I hope I'm not wrong. Oh man, I should totally start taking pictures of everything now. Yo, what was that? Oh dude, yeah, thanks for that follow, homie. Appreciate it, Vortex. 162, 126. Right, and then we got the power limits on. I mean, all the way. Okay. Fan is as far as that will go as well. Dude, stop. Taskbar, go away. What the fuck? Alright, here we go. But dude, happy for you as well. We had over on YouTube side, we had another recent regular, Gorov. He was coming in saying he just got his build pretty much done and finalized. He's just got to try to find a deal on an updated monitor. So it's crazy. Like a lot of people out there are like putting together systems right now. So I'm glad you got a good deal, man, and you're like rocking and rolling with it. All right, I think that will hold. And like I said, I hope it still runs at that even without the ice, because like I said, if I can put ice packs after this, maybe we can get a couple points on the overclock more. No, you're kidding me. Oh, hydrate and posture check. Oh, dude, I didn't see it. All right, let me get water. All right, here we go. So it's not much, but There's the water. We can hydrate. We can hydrate because that's a good idea. Especially when you've had as much caffeine as I have today. Alright, yeah, that feels good on the back. Let's stand up straight, Jones. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah. You guys sharing that border on the map. Hell yeah, bro. So far we're getting through this test one. There's been a little bit of what I like to call jaggies. They're these like jagged edges. They look like triangles and they just kind of split the image a little bit every now and then. This is the one that is this is a tough son of a bitch right here to run for my poor Titan. Witness face. Yeah. You know, I could really repeat that over and over. I regularly stream like, it depends on what I'm doing, obviously. Like sometimes the whole purpose is like the build or something like that, or like certain games or whatever. But I regularly like stream face cams and stuff, so it's like, but then I'll go into not streaming face cam and do stuff like this. So I could title my stream like that every now and then, like maybe once a month. I'll be like, let's see, what month are we in right now? What month is it? May? I could be like, May face reveal, let's go. And then when June comes around, it's like, oh, June face reveal, let's go. I could just keep repeating it, man. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Like, make an event out of it. I might do that, actually. You're giving me an idea here. You're making my brain work. You and the caffeine and the hydration. So amazingly, we made it through graphics test 2. Now let's see, can we get through the CPU test? Usually we have no problem with this test, but because of that CPU overclock is, you know, we're pushing it a little further than we have been. You never know. Sometimes it will flake out on you. And then depending on what our limit of scores are after all this, maybe we can go in and bring the RAM back up to 3600. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. And don't anybody be influenced by me talking about caffeine, taking too much. Don't do it. I'm just joking around. I probably have not taken more than what would be considered 200 milligrams. All I had was this natural stevia drink earlier. It has a little bit of caffeine in it. And then I had some these other ones. These are kind of like, these are not real sugar in these, so they're like 0 sugar, but they're not fake sugars either. It's something called stevia that's all natural, so they have a little bit of caffeine too. So I wouldn't be surprised if I'm well under 200 mg. I'm just a lightweight, so even just a cup of coffee and I can get like really wired. Didn't used to be that way. I used to crash unless I had enough. I had to take a good break from the caffeine. Alright, we completed that test. What? We got 1772. All right, we beat last night's score. We had a 1771. We beat it by 1 point. Okay, I'll take it. Whatever, you know. It's fine. It's whatever. We could do it. Okay. Okay, so now we can go back in here. Let's try. Let's come over here and let's like pull this up. Maybe we were just unlucky those other days. Let's try at 135 on the core. Let's try to go back. Please, GPU. And again, this is without the ice. We are not throwing the ice packs in the box cooler. We're just AC venting it right now. So it's still the Gotham Steel cardboard box cooler, right? We're still forcing, which will cool a radiator down. The more fan pressure you can push through it, the colder this thing's going to be, right? Like, so that's just normal. And then on top of that, it's positioned to get right from the AC vent is going in there. So that's helping it a little bit as well, and that's why I kind of let this do that, because it kind of scoops. The AC is just pointed right there, and it's getting air on it from the AC. So that's kind of helping. So we are running cooler than what we normally would be if we just had that on the case. So maybe that helped us keep it more stable today than normal. But does that mean we're going to hit 135? Because we couldn't yesterday. Yesterday we were unable to hit that. At all. Not even a little bit. So. Let's see. Let's try. Come on, please. Let 135 work today. Come on now. Come on. You could do it. It's okay. Usually the 135 would crash us right here in this first test. Like within like 3 or 5 seconds. So unfortunate. Let's see if I see any of those jaggies. Yep, there it goes. It's crashing. Alright. We weren't able to go with 135. That sucks. Dish is no good. Okay. So let's go 130. We'll split the difference, I think. Kind of. Dude, stop. Alright. 130. Boom. Hit it. Dude, if all we can get is 1772, I don't know. I guess it is what it is, right? I don't know. Let's see, how much time do I have today? Maybe a couple more hours? I don't think I have as much time today as I did yesterday. Maybe I do. So, we're getting big time artifacts. Big time glitches. I don't know if it can hold this 130. Ooh, this is rough. If we're getting glitches that big, it just makes me feel like even if we make it out of this first test, it's possible the second is where we're going to get hit hard. And we appear to be getting some thunderstorms coming in soon. Gosh. And that could affect our stream. Hey, Vortex, you still there? Did I lose you? You might have had a blip, man. Sometimes it makes it look like the stream dies when I have those. That sucks, dude. Okay, so right here's the toughest part of this thing. Come on. Come on. Ooh, man, it's slicing it up pretty good. Oh, man. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Dude, we almost made it. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. That sucks, dude. We almost made it through that test. What the heck? Does it, let's see. Does it show us any temperature info? Like, did it spike or something? Like right at the end? I mean, I wouldn't call 43 a spike. What about the CPU? CPU hit a 75. Okay. What about averages? Still 38? That shouldn't even be a thing, dude. That should not even matter. Okay, could we just run it again and hope that that was just a anomaly? Blah, blah. Maybe. Let me see if I have any ramp sinks that hopefully won't fall. Ugh. Oh, goodness gracious. That I can put on that one ramp sink or memory that's right here. Let's put on some lights here. There we go. Because you don't want to put your copper RAM sinks on any other place than right here on this actual RAM chip. Okay. Where else do we perhaps need one? Oh, one at the bottom there. One at the bottom. The most dangerous place. Put this shit. Of course. Of course it would be. Okay, that doesn't work. Oh my goodness. Oh, this makes me nervous. This is where you kill it. Right here, Jones. You kill it or your fingers with these fan blades. Ow! See what I mean? Stop. Stop, damn it. I can't even freaking see to line it up, dude. Okay. Ugh. My fingers are too fat. Dude. Seriously? Okay, that's not lined up at all, Jones. How are you so crooked, Jones? Ah, fuck. And the screensaver went on. So I can't see. Ah, damn it. Switched inputs again on me. Dude, don't go to sleep. Why does it do this? It goes to sleep. I didn't tell it to do that. Yeah, they're not gonna stay on. These are too old. Oh well. Makes me wonder if that's the two that are like costing us those extra 5 points. Thought I had a couple new ones that we could peel. I don't see it though. Is this one newer? But I do know that the board flexing might also be one of the things that we're experiencing that's a problem. Let's see. It's all good. Yeah, these don't stay on. Interesting. Well, do I have any other options? Probably not. Well, that's all we got, guys. Let me take this fan and put it right up on this bad boy. So, between this fan right up on it, that little fan right up on it, these other fans up on it, the radiator thing up here. Can we make it through 130 this time? Alright, so what was it? Do all our power, unlink them, and you apply and save. Okay. Let's go ahead and open up. Hold on. Let's open up 3D Mark. Let it open up. Again, don't do those things that Jonesy does. Completely turn off your computer. Completely turn off or the switch to the power supply. Completely unplug it. And I have just been informed that today is a special occasion. It's pizza night here in the Jones house. So I am fucking pumped, man. Let's get some fucking leaderboards here. Come on now. We just want to land right in there. We want to get in the top 5. I don't think we will though, but we do want to get in there for the OG Titan. Alright, so now we did that. Okay. So now we've unlocked these things. Let's see. Let's get our brain right here. You know what? It seems like it wants to do 129, so let's go with 129. And then this one was at what, 160? 162? Alright, it wants 159. So let's try that. That's what it wanted. I didn't pick it. The universe picked it. God picked it for us. So gonna let it ride. Now, I could have totally still screwed something else up. That's totally a possibility. So Time Spy Extreme again. We're on the Titan. I'm gonna share my screen now. Might bring it up a little bit more. Not really showing too much there with the other camera anyway at the moment because we haven't really added ice, so I can pull that up like that. That'll be a little bit better for everyone to see. And then we'll try to run. Let's go. No crash. No crash. Only results. No crashes. Only results. Murmur, it might rain. Oh, okay. Right, alright. Thank you. Buddy still asleep? Yo, I almost got debated by my own bots. I almost said hello to my own self. We dropped some more frames. What the heck is going on today? Alright, so we did make it to test 1. Very good. Very good. Now test 2 is a little tougher. Or much tougher, depending on the GPU. Yeah, I think the stream is, if anybody's able to hear me, I think the stream is having some problems. Uh-oh, we crashed. Dang it. What did I do wrong this time, man? Let me see. I don't think I can do anything. Uh-oh, buddy's awake. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna have to drop this down. Wait, what? Did I close? No, I didn't. Hold on. It's over here. So what did I just try to open? I don't even know. I tried to open like a second one, I guess. Alright, that would not be good for our scores, I'm pretty sure. Let's try buddy. Run again and I'll be right back. hi.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, here comes the storm. Dude, if it starts screwing with the electrical grid, not only could we lose the stream, but, you know, we actually might end up having fluctuations or problems that affect the power supply here for this overclocker. We actually made it through test 2. CPU time. Okay, I'm pretty sure we made it. Just waiting for the formality of it. But what does this equate to? I'm hoping it's a 1773. Oh, we fucking went backwards. Alright, so that memory is actually helping us, that memory overclock. Because by adjusting it down, hoping that you can get the GPU clock to stick without crashing, appears to be hurting us a little bit. So let's put that back at 160, what was it, 162. Let's put that back there. So that's where we want that. Now, good news is we actually made it through with a little bit higher here. But for what? What's the point? We're hitting a dead end, guys. We are hitting a dead end. Let's go ahead and minimize. You know what? Before something with the CPU happens, let's switch over and let's test this iGPU out real quick. Let's see if, because yesterday at a 4.6 we got 408. So, man, maybe today we could get 414. 414, let's go. Because we're running at around 4.8 now. And that should help out the iGPU a lot. And then, of course, we still haven't tried to, you know, uptick that puppy. See if that would help us. I mean, it should help. Theoretically. $409. Dang, that is good. It's not 414, but dude, we went up again. So from 408 to 409, we're still holding strong. That should still be, unless one of you, who did it? Which one of y'all beat my record? Who was it? Reveal yourself. Where's the, how do you, all right, here we go. So this was Nomad Light DX. Let's go HD630. Intel X3630, search it. Who dares? Okay, thank you. Thank goodness. Thank you guys. Thank you for not taking out my score here. You know, even though there's a bunch of you that could if you wanted to, I'm sure. I see you in the top 100 list. But thank you for not. Appreciate that. So there it is. Jonesy with the 409. Still on top of the world. And you can see we started with, well, I don't know if you can see, but I'm going to kind of read it to you. We started trying to hit these leaderboards on the 630 with a 4,492 clock on the CPU. And we raised up our CPU yesterday to a 4593, and then that also bumped up our GPU, you know, the 630 from an 1150 to a 1200, right? And then today we went up, not on the GPU, it stayed at 1200, but we went up to a 4791, so almost 4.8, like right there. And that's how we got a better score. Probably mostly from the 1200, but just by, you know, having the CPU working a little bit harder as well, that gave us an extra point. Oh gosh. Picture time. Say cheese, 3D Mark. Still Nomad Light. Alright, so we might as well see what we get on Vulkan here. So still Nomad Light. I don't remember if you can. We'll try. Sometimes it says no. Yeah, it says no. And sometimes that's not necessarily the hardware. It could be down to the specific driver we have. So maybe if we updated drivers, we might be able to do it. I don't, you know, I don't know. And then also another thing that affects it is if you plug in your HDMI directly to the iGPU, sometimes that also helps Vulkan run even when it complains and moans at you under this circumstance. So here I am giving away all my secrets. Alright, let's try regular still Nomad. Much heavier. And let's try it on the 630. DX12. Hopefully no crashes. See if we can get a world record here. Because before we were not able to pass these peoples. They were beating us. Ow! So it's my turn to be on the attack. Yeah, I don't know. If we haven't broke 1 FPS yet. I don't know, guys. I don't know. This is not going well. And that might have been a crash right at the end though. Oh, we're getting a result. We completed. We got a 73. Yay! Our best was a 72, I think. So that's not much. I don't think that's enough. Yeah, see, the best is a 79. So let's check out these. Let's check out the top dogs. See what they were scoring. So this is Nomad DX12 HD630. We'll see what they were doing to make that. Oh no, we're internet's slowing down, guys. I'm sorry. Alright, so we are in second. Okay, fair enough. But IdeaFix, man, wow, did they blast out a good score there. 79. They're running their CPU at 5100. Okay, that's what's happening. That's where they got it. Their GPU core clock is 1350. So guys, imagine if we bumped up our CPU and GPU to those numbers. I think we have the better HD630. Like, I think we have the better silicon, right? We would totally beat this score, right? Maybe, perhaps. Yeah. All right. Love you. Time is it? Okay. Okay, I have a short that's about to go live in like 2 minutes. Actually, 1 minute. In 1 minute, I have a silly little short that I think is cute. Okay, we'll wait that out. See what's up here. Just taking its sweet time. Still not popped? What the frig? Dude, YouTube's clock is different, man. What the hell? Interesting. Yay, we got it on there. Woohoo! Okay, so now we can get back to, I don't know, attempting this mess that we're attempting. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's probably getting closer and closer to official TGIF for some, and for others it's getting further and further away, and you're starting to slip into TGIF is gone and over with. Alright, so to catch this guy, we're gonna have to like buckle down on those CPU clocks. So no, that's not gonna work. No, I screwed up again. It's already over here. There we go. Should we add the ice to it now? Maybe we should. Let's go ahead. Let me switch viewpoints. I'm gonna move. If I can grab it, please. Thank you. Alright, so it sucks because probably the most interesting to look at is the RAM. Like this is not that interesting, technically speaking. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Let's see if we can put some ice in here. Stabilize this puppy. Okay, so there goes the temps dropping down. We hit 19 so far. Oh, that's cold. I just stepped on an ice cube. Hi. All right. This is totally gonna crash, but let's try it anyway. Yo, what the heck? Let's go. Okay, 2 points more. Now we're at 1773. Okay, we can deal with that. We can deal with that. Okay. So now let's tweak. Let's see here. Let's see what our temps are. 20s. What were our temps during the test? 33 degrees. That's crazy. What was the highest temp? 37 was our highest GPU temp. What the frig, guys? Alright, so let's jam. Alright, can we bump this up? Let's just go one at a time. So now let's do 130. Well, actually, no. Why are we going one at a time again? Jones. Why can't we go to that 135? Like right away, just to see, can we get this to freaking complete? 135. Alright, let's try it. I can add more ice packs if I need to, so we can get below 20 degrees maybe. And that maybe that helps us. I don't know. Alright, be right back. Please don't crash. It will though, it probably will. Well, boys, that didn't work out. Alright, let's see. Get that out of the way. So, we flew too close to the sun on that one. Let's pull it back to maybe a 132, maybe. I mean, if we can keep these temps good. But we might have to break out more ice packs. I don't know, let's see. Let's run it again. Another crash, ladies and gents, another crash. I mean, you know, what did you expect? and Icepacks are having less of an effect. Let's just go to 130. Oh yeah, my son is real happy. Try again, try again. Okay, I'll be right back again. Make sure we get a good score, okay, chat? Oh man, what did you do? How did you do this, chat? All my bots, they must have sabotaged me. Chat bots, what did you do to me? Okay, we need more ice. Alright, let's see here. What do we gotta do here to get, hopefully, some kind of score? Oof. Oh, it's freezing my fingers quite a bit here. Okay. Okay. I don't know if that's enough, because we're only at 19. But we'll leave things as they are. Except for this, I'll put it to like a 9. Just a little bit more voltage. Go. Oh, man. Test 1 is sometimes deceiving because it'll make it through that, you get your hopes up, and then it's test 2 that crushes all those hopes, all those dreams. What is all that? Is this for Daddy's back right here? Yeah, that's a help for Daddy when he does the weights. Yeah. Good job. Can I get a bumpers? Good job. You found it. Good job. Go. Whoa, good throw. Come on, baby. Just finish. Just finish. You're right at the end. Yes! Test 2 is done. Please don't crash at the transition. Alright, cool. So we made it through test 2. Alright, we need more ice. All we did was add more ice. Well, ice packs. Not really ice, but we need more ice packs. I need more. Alright, let me go get more if I can. Put ice cubes? May, you're trying to... Oh my gosh, we still at 1774? Okay, we gotta be quick. We gotta be quick. Be right with you, May. But you're trying to flood my house. That will be everywhere. I don't have enough waterproofing on this poor thing. Alright, so let's go up to 132. Dang, we're only at 18? No way. Alright, so 132. We have crashed at this before. So I don't know, let's see. Did we cool it enough to get us where we need to be? Okay, let's go. The other alternative that I can do, this mounting system is, it's fairly simple. So I could actually theoretically put a regular CPU cooler on it with maybe minor adjustments. So I don't know, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for coming by, May. Ooh, that was a big chunk of that frame was just like a broken mirror. It looked pretty scary. Let me tune down the AC as well. Maybe that'll help us out. I don't know. Might be too late with let's just try to get this. This test 2, we always crash in, and a bunch of them are right in this hallway before it even moves on to the next part of this area. Come on. If this works, we need more ice. We need more ice. We've got to get down to 10°C. 10 degrees C. That's what we want. At least. But I don't think I can do that. Oh, man. But obviously we also got to keep an eye on any condensation leaks. Don't feel any at the moment, so I think we're okay so far. And if any of them are not cool anymore, maybe I have to switch those out. They might be taking up valuable air space. So we made it through those tests. We need more ice. No doubt about it. I think the next test bench series after this one, I'll be using my 5950X, and I will try to set it up in a way where the cold air from this, which is not really on the camera right now, but right here from the cooler that's for the Titan, will flow directly into the cooler for the CPU there. You know what I mean? Like this one right here. And that way we can get both of these things like icy cold. CPU and GPU. You know what I mean? Like BOFA, as they say. Bless you. Gesundheit. And more. Yeah, I like that. Oh, we're getting a result. Let's go. We need more ice. What? And then we regressed. Who understands this? We went up higher. We made it through it. It doesn't matter. We need more ice. That's all that matters. Alright, so and then after today, let's see, I'm going to have to clean up all my duplicate scores on the leaderboards. I got to go back through, like, I've just been so, like, lazy because of these long streams. I think I'll just go ahead and do that today. At the end of the stream, I'll probably be deleting those duplicates so we can have a better looking leaderboard. Alright, let me see. Can we make it? Now we're colder. Now we're running colder. Okay. 134 maybe. Get through with a 134. Maybe. Okay. No weird condensation stuff going on at the moment. Okay. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Yes, you can. Yeah, I think to push to 135, I probably have to get it down to like 15 or lower degrees, probably. It's already tearing like crazy. Dang. Is that right, buddy? Alright, buddy. Yay, 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 yay. Oh my goodness, you just told me everything. I know, we just got to get more ice on this thing and we can crank up the clocks. Yeah. But this test too, this is the hard one right here. This is the one that always gets us. Yeah. So you're telling me if I let you adjust my settings, it will work? Oh no, we crashed immediately here. Oh no. Oh man. Alright, so that's not working. Yeah, I think we're definitely at the limit here. Only thing I can try is maybe move this ice around a little bit here. Maybe if I got it closer. Well, that's probably not going to help us too much. There on that hole. Keep it in there a little more. Yeah, we're stuck. 18 degrees, fam. Okay, so maybe that's good enough for 133. Oh, we dropped to 17. Okay. I hear beeping. I hope that's not one of my battery backups. That would be crazy. Crash. Crash and burn. Crash and burn. Alright, so let's go clean up some of these scores. If they let you. Let's go online. No score. Well, yes. So let's go to Time Spy Extreme. Let's see if they let me remove some of these. Out of everybody's way. Go down to 1 GPU. Alright. So we're still... Oh nope, somebody's in there. Dude, somebody else is fucking testing. Who did it? Oh my god! What are you doing? Which one of y'all did that? That's not fair. With your 9950X 3D? That's damn near cheating. That's not fair. Oh man, congrats. Whoever did that, congrats. Alright, so let me go. And let's just keep the higher ones here. So how do you get these off of here again? You go to my results probably, right? Let's go my results. And then now I want to isolate because I don't want to delete the wrong things by accident. So we want 3D Mark. Nope, wait. No, not that. So it's times SPI. And then you want... Can I filter it more? Or I can't? Okay. So you cannot filter all the zeros out of here. They don't let you do that? Alright, so then, and then you also can't sort them by your highest, it looks like. So what if I go back to these other... So if I'm in here, they should make a way, in my opinion. Let's go back here. All. And one. Let's go back. Alright. So they should let you... So let's see, like, so the highest one I have has me in 10th, right? So what they should allow me to do, which is crazy that they don't, is just like hide these. Like keep them for me, but then hide them here. So I don't have a bunch of extras. Oh look, there it is, hide result. Oh, nice. Okay, okay, okay. Now, yes, we could do it. Okay, yes. Okay, cool. So let's start here. We'll start at the right here, the 1760, right? And we'll start hiding these. Alright, so hide result. Okay. And then 64. Hide. I just wish you could do it from there because where was I? 64, 65. Because it's a little bit of a pain in the ass to like go back like this. But I guess as long as it allows me to get out of everybody's way here. Oh wait, never mind. I already hit that one. Let's go to this one. Okay. And then the 68. Okay. And we got another 60. We got a bunch of 68s here, so let's get rid of those. There's another 68. Oh wait, that's the same one we just did. Dude, what the flip? There we go. Let's get rid of that one. I'm gonna leave the 69 result, whatever the highest of those three was. And then let's see, we got a 69, 79, 46, or a 49. So that's higher. Then you got 69, 79, 42. So this one's actually, in my opinion, lower. So I'm going to hide this one. So then here we go. And then we got a bunch of 1770s as well. And then if there's a way to not have these go to the leaderboards, like as I'm testing, I might need to like turn that on so I don't pollute the leaderboards too much anymore. I think I'm getting there. Oh, sorry. 72 result. All right, let's refresh this because I'm getting confused of what I hid or didn't hide. Oh, here we go. Dude, I got scores down here as well. What the fuck? Alright, let's start at the top here. Where's my highest score? Right here. 74. I got 2 of those. To me, it's more impressive that I had a 47. Oh, no, that's the same. That's the freaking same. So we can get rid of this 74. Let's hide that one. Okay. And then I got this 72. We can get rid of that and keep the 69. Nice. And keep that one. Okay. Now let's refresh again because I got confused again. So 10th place. And then 11th. Yeah, I'll keep those. That's fine. And then we'll get rid of this 1751. Try that one. Which one did I get rid of? 1750. And then any of the other ones, fuck it. Just leave those. That's fine. Alright, so we fell to 10th place because Kind Achi just had to come in out of nowhere with a fucking 9950 X3D and stomp all over my parade, man. Look at that, dude. But you know, all joking aside, congrats to another new person jumping into the leaderboards. Good job. Now, get rid of that. Let's check our temperatures now that we've been talking a lot here. Still 17. That's crazy. Wonder if we could tunnel this cold air down to the system itself. Dude, that would be good. Okay. This is probably stupid, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Dude, let's go. Quickly. Alright, so let's try to get this to run it. without crashing. Because we got cold air on the radiator, and now some of that cold air is being sent down into the there. Whatever. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but sucks. I don't like the aesthetic of what I just did, so I'm gonna actually put this kind of like that, because I kind of like that better. Maybe a little bit of cool air on the entire system will help it be a little more stable. I don't know, because I am missing two RAM sinks, two heat sinks for the RAM. And what if those are the two that are getting to work sometimes? Ooh, yeah, this one's always rough. I don't know. It's not gonna make it. There's like weird popping in the distance. It's a lot of screen tearing. There's the mirror fracturing of the frames. It's just too much for it to hold everything together in this area. Yeah, I think that's where it killed it right there. Sucks, man. And I was like so close to it. So I think it might actually end up being that it is helpful to get some cold air in there. So that might mean that if I got a full block on this Titan, though I don't know if you can even find those anymore. Well, let me preface that. Can you find those cheaply? And the other thing I could do is like take the original air cooler and take out that middle part, that glass, and then that middle, and I think I can make it go around the cooler that's on it, and that would actually give more cooling to the RAM, etc. Thermal take. What is that thing? 3090 Ti. Yeah, this is like, we're looking at something that's kind of old. I'd have to look on eBay probably. Okay. Well, let me see, because like I said, sometimes, you know, you can find a, let's try regular time spy. Sometimes you can find some settings that work really good for one test and not others. So maybe we need to spread the love out here. Yo, Frajor, what is going on? It's amazing, but completely not worth the price. Dude, man, you ain't lying, but I would totally want one. Wow, I'm jealous, man. When did you first get it? Did you just get it? Or you had it for a couple weeks, or what's up? Week ago. All right, man. Dude, congrats though. I'm most jelly in a good way. That was one of the cards that was on my if I get into a raffle, and this is before it like really went up in price. I was like, I'm just gonna do it, right? I'm just gonna pull the trigger. And you know, there was a couple times where I was fooled by the website, because I would also go to Asus's website and try to like buy it, you know, and I thought I had it. It was in the cart, everything's going well, and then all of a sudden it would just like freeze at some spot in the checkout, right? Because there's just too many bots, too many customers, and like probably there was only 3 of them anyway. Yeah, ridiculous price. I agree. Yeah, now if we get it, if we're talking 2K, hey, I'm right there with you. Yeah, I'm right. I agree, man. I feel the same way. I even felt that way with like my 5080. So of course my first pick is I wanted a 5090, and I joined, like, for example, like Zotac's raffles on their Discord to get a chance to buy. I joined what was the other one? MSI. I joined theirs where they were doing some, you know, something a little bit different, but you know, the same concept, giving you a chance to buy these. And so at first I was only gunning for 5090s, but then when it was like, it was just so hard to like get a chance. Obviously I didn't win any raffles that way. So then I was like, okay, I'll look at the 5080s too. But when it came to the 5080, I was super strict. I was like, yo, I am not paying more than like maybe at most 300 over MSRP, and it would only be because it was like a really good one. And so I missed a lot of 5080 chances that I didn't even try because they were like 15, 16, 17, 1800 for a 5080, and I was like, no way. So I got lucky and I got one of the last batches at that time. Obviously, like now there's probably been multiple batches, but one of the last batches of a $1,000 5080 from Zotac. Yeah, just don't get it. Yeah, 3K to 4K. Yeah, it's crazy, man. But hey, man, I mean, you play with it and you use it, man. So, congratulations, bro. You know, just play around with it. Like, fucking, you know, you might even have like other things you do with it besides gaming and stuff. So yeah, just use it to the max, bro. Yeah, I think so too, for Lord. Like for me, I think that a lot of like these, even the board partners especially, I really feel, and this is alleged and this is all my opinion, So in case anybody gets all crazy. I really feel like they took advantage of multiple things happening at the same time that worked in their favor to just pump up the price. You know what I mean? And with the limited supply, very low supply, they trickled them out. There might have been points where they actually had a good bit of supply, but I feel like so they could hammer those prices and keep them high, I feel like some of these companies actually trickled out their supply. And then the other telltale sign is that they did, if supply was so limited, bro, riddle me this. Why didn't they only exclusively offer them through raffle type programs? You know what I mean? Why didn't they do it that way if it was such a low supply? I don't really believe that, as much as it is they had low enough supply that they could use it as an excuse while also holding back and slowly releasing, you know? And I think they just figured, you know, bots are going to buy them, scalpers are going to buy them with bots, regular customers are going to be gunning all at the same time, so they just figured, yo, we could just charge whatever the hell we want. And then of course Nvidia did their part, you know. But I really think it's like, it's kind of weird if Nvidia can offer theirs, even though of course they had supply problems too. Of course, you know, they were trickling it out on us as well. But Nvidia was 2000 throughout the entire time. And the 5080 was 1000 through the entire time. Like, what are you talking about? There's no way Nvidia is charging MSI enough for that GPU core to justify MSI charging $3,000 for their lower end 5090. That's insane. And we probably don't hate to join MSI. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's true, you know. Hey, if you can't beat them, join them. Let's go. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, I like that. Holy crap. What in the world is that? That is a truckload of, like, shelving? Oh my goodness. But hey, you want to see the fastest Steel Nomad HD630? Let's see here. On DX12 Steel Mad Lite. Okay. The fastest HD630 in the world, as long as it doesn't crash. Passive GPU? No, I didn't see the passive one. I saw the dual GPUs on one card from Intel. I saw that. And yeah, I need to watch more of those. Did Gamers Nexus cover it? I know. I want one of the dual ones, actually. Like, I don't know what I would do with it. I mean, I would try to like test it and all that. I would benchmark it. I would do all kinds of funky things with it. But like practically or practicality, whatever, what would I do with it? I don't even know. Oh, you got a... Oh, okay. Yeah, I almost got one of those too. I was looking at, like you recommended the 9070 series. I was looking at those. I actually was so close to pulling the trigger on the Mercury magnet fans. You know? Those ones you can just detach. They're just magnetized. I almost grabbed one of those because I think it looks so damn cool. But at the time I was still trying to get a 5080 or 5090, so it kind of like slowed down my decision making. Yeah, me too. If they can come out gunning, I mean, it forces the others to do better, or hopefully prices can come down. You know, we can get some competition. You know, I'm all for advancement of features. You know, like NVIDIA advancing features like, you know, multi-frame gen and all that kind of stuff. I'm for that. That's cool. That's all great. But that's not making the silicon better, you know? And I don't want to hear their excuses. Well, oh, Moore's Law, this, that, and other. It's like, no, okay, fine. Just tell me you can't make it any faster, right? Like, admit that you failed. That's fine. So, look at that. 3 FPS, baby. But even 3 FPS can be the fastest in the world. Let me show you. So Vulkan, our Nomad Lite DX12 HD630. So there it is. Old Jonesy. 409 is like the fastest score that I got. And I need to clean this up. Like, look at this. This is how many times I've been testing it. I gotta clean this up because look at all these other people. You know? I gotta clean out these dupes, man. So I'm gonna do that now. Let's go ahead and go in here. And let's get these dupes out of the way. Hide result. Yeah, I hope they do better too because I need to see. Like, frame gen is a cool tech, and yes, I want them to pursue it more, but I want just pure rasterization to be developed as well. Like I don't want only AI generated frames. I want the real frames too, you know? Wait, I keep clicking. Dude, it's so freaking confusing. You feel the same? Yeah. Like, I like turning all that stuff on, you know what I mean? And testing it out because some games it works really well on, but there's some games that, you know, there's a little bit of smearing or, you know, it all depends on the game. You might notice that shit a lot more than other games. And so it is not, to me it's just a band-aid. I don't like NVIDIA where they say this band-aid that we created, here's the results showing how it's faster than everything else. Well, yeah, no shit, you know? You know, it's like if I'm gonna race Usain Bolt and I beat Usain Bolt because I'm on a motorcycle, it's like, well, okay, yeah, of course I beat him. I was on a fucking motorcycle. It's just so dumb. Like, compare them running in the same freaking thing. Let me see. Dude. Hide result. Hide result. Right, yeah. Yeah, if they want to release both results and let you like choose that, and then if they want to like make the technology something that is like easy toggle on and off a little bit easier, because there are some games that are playing a little bit dirty when it comes to this frame gen, where it's kind of like, I remember with the Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark, like it tries to do it like right in the beginning before you even get into the benchmark settings, and I feel like that's kind of dirty. And it's not letting you see what the true picture is in my opinion. Dude, let me turn that on after the fact. Wait, why did it do that? Hold on. Did I click the wrong button? Maybe. Hold on. Hide that. Hide that. Oh my gosh, this is so confusing. Okay, what? I'll clean this up more. I got a lot of these dupes that I gotta clean out of these leaderboards because I'm just like polluting it. Like, that's not cool what I did. I just forgot to clean them out as I've been doing it, so now I'm gonna start trying to clean them out. Anyway. Fortunately, my Titan, I can't get past position 10. Like, this one keeps crashing. Let me see. Go to 128 here. There we go. Oh man. It's just like, it's like when you're kind of spaced out like I am, like when I zone in trying to like test it like 1,000 times, and then you just like fill up the leaderboards, you know, and you just like push everybody out. That's kind of dirty. So I'm trying to go back and clean it all up. Mounted on AliExpress test bed because I use for my TV iGpu, works perfectly. Oh, okay, cool, man. 6700. Okay, yeah. I think that's a similar iGPU on that one. I think so. Yeah, I liked that generation. The 6 to 8. I think the 8 might have changed a little bit more than between 6 and 7. Let's see if we can get through this. Yeah. Dude, man, you might be able to beat my score, man. Since it's already on a test bench, you know, just throw up some scores on 3D Mark, dude. Let's start something, you know? It's like, let's start the iGPU 3D Mark Wars, you know? Integrated graphics from yesteryears. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, it's kind of painful to watch sometimes, you know. That 3 FPS is a little bit sickening. Oh. GPU. I don't have to. Oh, okay. Yeah. For that particular one. Nice. Yeah. Yep, go with the dedicated. Yep. Yeah, usually I'm the same. I only do it because it was fun to play around with on this 3D Mark. But usually my iGPUs end up being like my troubleshooting thing. You know, something's wrong. Okay, let me just plug into the motherboard and see if it works that way. Yeah. Well, it looks like to get this Titan to score better, I'm gonna have to pair it with a better CPU. So it won't be this coming week, but in the next series, I'll be testing some of these GPUs. I'll test on a 5950X build that I have. And it's on an EVGA X570 dark motherboard. So I'm hoping on that test bench I can get a lot better scores. And what I'll probably do tomorrow is I'll move on to testing the GTX 980 on this system, because that was the next GPU I got. And the reason I got the 980 is because in between I was it was around that same time the Titan X came out. And so I got the Titan X and I got the 980 pretty much around the same time frame. And maybe I got the Titan X technically first. Maybe. Don't really remember. But either way, in my order of testing, I'm going to save the Titan X for after the 980. I'll do the 980 first, because it's easier to test. It's just an air cooler. And then my Titan X, I put a EVGA hybrid cooler on it myself. So it's kind of like this build. Oh, it is. That's right. I think you might have mentioned that. I'm not sure, man. If not, then you're not the only one that's talked about putting those together. Yeah, I love the 5950X. In fact, I was so into those, I had the 3950X, which I still have. It's on an ASRock Ti X570 motherboard. And that 3950X was awesome too. Like, I remember when I got it, it was because I wanted all the cores, you know? And it was like the coolest thing. When I booted that up and I saw all those threads in Task Manager, it like blew my mind. It was a really awesome feeling. And then when the 5950Xs were announced, like eventually I just succumbed to the wants and I just had to get that as an upgrade. Bottleneck. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, probably a little bit. Oh my gosh, we got a 1775. We just got our best score. The previous best score. We're going up 1 point at a time, my dude. Oh, yo, what the heck? HG. Let's just call you HG. What's up, homie? Thanks so much for coming by over there on Kick. Appreciate all you guys who just, you know, want to come out and help me and my little channel. I appreciate you guys. I know it's, you know, it's hard to find good people like you guys that are just, you know, you're just interested in coming out and helping out the little streamer, the little content creators. So thanks so much, HG. CPU as well. Hopping with all the core show. I mean, it's a trip, right? Like, especially if you've been into, you know, PC building and, you know, tinkering for a while. It's quite the trip when you first see 32 threads. It's pretty nuts. Ow, what the fuck? Oh. Headset, like, kind of hurt my ear there. Okay, hold on. We gotta get. You know what? We might want to end on a good note here. Went from 3770K. Oh, now that's a fucking jump. Dang, dude. That's a jump right there. Let's see, what were our temperatures with this icebox? 33 degrees average. Average of 33 degrees. What was the spike? The highest, I think, was 36. Yeah, the highest temperature for the GPU was 36. What the flip, dude. Now CPU was in the 80s, but you know, We got it overclocked to 4.8, so. I have a 2500K. I love that i5. Yeah, that, dude, the 2500K, that was a fucking good CPU, man. Wow, in its time, that was good. I mean, I can still use it. It's still totally usable. As a fucking, you know, Windows 10 or whatever, no problem. Totally usable. No way. Oh man. Yeah, I want that. You were here yesterday when I showed my X-Power board, right? My MSI. Cause yeah, I went through that as well. Though I did pair it with a 4770K, and then later I got a 4790K. Oh, it wasn't yesterday, it was the other day. Okay. Here's I don't know if I showed it. I don't know if it if I don't knock everything down trying to show it. But I might play around with this. But there's my, this is a Z87. This was like, probably, if I remember correct, though I could be wrong, this is the first X-Power motherboard. It is heavy, dude. Look at the heat sinks that surround the CPU area. And it's got 5 PCI full-length slots. You can do 4-way SLI on that. So I know the Maximus probably does too. I got this because the reason I got this board is because I got 2 1080 Ti's and I wanted to run them as an SLI, and supposedly this board can run both of those at times 16 because it has like a split on the chipset lanes. Like, so I don't even know if I want to play with it anymore. I feel like I just want to put it, yeah, treat it well. Yep. I feel like I just want to put it in my glass case. Oh, okay, they do have older. Yeah, some of those high-end boards, like before this generation. Oh man. Yeah, they can sell a good penny. There are actually collectors. You wouldn't think about that, right? Because most of the time you think about PC stuff as like, you know, does it work for the new generation of software, right? Can it run my stuff, right? But I guess there's people like worse than us that collect this stuff. Really? That's crazy, dude. Now I want one. Now I want to search for that. What the heck? Alright. So I still can't break into so well, I'm looking at, these are the guys that did ×4 Titans, so I'm certainly not going to be in that list. But I am in this one Titan list. But I've been booted. I was number 9, but my boy Kindachi came in hot with an 1848 score. What the frig? Came in hot, man, today, and booted me down to 10th. What the heck? Right, yep. And they want those exact boards and stuff, yeah. And they'll pay for it. Right, cool. Yeah, I've seen some of them, and they go all out. They go all the way. Even like some of them will try to modernize some of them if they're able to. You know, obviously some of it is too old, you can't. So a lot of them, they'll actually go with the original software and stuff. It's such a trip looking at, like, I've even seen like Windows 98 builds that are pristine. Like it's like it was brand new out of the box. It's nuts. And then there's other guys that do the custom stuff from back then, and they did stuff that I don't even understand. Like, we don't even do some of the things they did back then. Like the type of modding they would do to their systems, like was a little bit more hands-on than what we do. Like they would do a lot more board modding and things like that. Changing out certain like chips and things. It's so crazy. Oh, I missed those. Yep, Sound Blaster cards. Oh, I missed those. I wish I would have kept mine. I had some of those, but through some moves and like changing locations and stuff, I didn't take as good a care of stuff, and some of it just got left behind or whatever. They weren't super like top of the line Sound Blaster cards, but I still want to keep. I would have wanted to keep them though. Like, and the same with the Voodoo card. Like I did have, I think I had 2. And I think I did go through the trouble of looking them up one time, so it was nothing super rare. So, you know, thank goodness. Some people have really bad stories about their rare stuff, but mine, it wasn't. It was just like lower stuff. But still, I would put that in my case, man. I'm gonna fucking boot up. I got a Pentium 4 that I need to boot up one of these days on stream, because I swear it's dead. Like every 5 years it feels like I go back and I test it, and I swear, okay, this time it's dead, right? It's not gonna boot up, it's not gonna start, and every time it surprises me. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they do weird stuff that like we don't do that. You know what I mean? Like we put ice and, you know, liquid nitrogen, of course we do all that, of course. You know, but like those guys were like crossing wires and, you know, drawing their own traces. Like I saw one mod for like, this was like in the 90s, where they somehow drew his own trace and did like those thin type of copper wires in there and everything, and just by connecting, it's kind of like the way the retro people mod their retro consoles. Like that style of stuff. It's pretty crazy. And I guess sometimes people nowadays do like shunt mods and stuff, but I don't know, it still doesn't seem quite as cool as like what those older people were doing. And then like you said, with the pencil, like get the heck out of here. I need to clear some of these. Let me see here. Oh, no, I don't. I only got that one. Okay, let me see. So we're still stuck at 10th, it looks like. What's our temperatures at? We're at 19 degrees Celsius. Yeah, hardware. That's the word I was looking for. I wish I could put a pencil on this Titan and get it to 135 plus on the clock here. Because I can't. I think the highest I got today was 130. I feel like if I had a little bit more ice packs and I got this temperature, this starting temperature, if I could get it under 15 degrees with I feel like just load this thing with ice, I think I could get it under 15, and I think it would hold 135 on the GPU clock, and that might get me, it's not going to be much obviously, but it might get me into the 1780s, I don't know. And then I know my memory clocks, I think the most I ever got those at was like 171 maybe? Let's see if it'll do it today. What time? Oh no, this is the no, this is the first Titan. This is the OG 6 gigabyte Titan. This is the one that came out around the time of the 700 series GPU, GTX GPUs. So this is the first one. And then the other Titan that I have is the Titan X. Oh, which one is that? I think that's the Maxwell one. Cause let's see, it came out with the 900 series. And it has 12 gigabytes of RAM on that one. So yeah, this is but what I have on it is that Arctic single 120 millimeter cooler. So, and then of course I got a bunch of friggin' fans all over the place because I'm wilding out like that, you know. Alright, so 171, maybe it will hold it. Usually when I go above 126 on the GPU, even if it's a couple points, then the memory won't hold at 171. But let's see if it will today. Let's try. And dude, I'm so glad I chose ice packs instead of like just ice in general, because the condensation is way less. So I'm really happy about that, because I haven't had, thank goodness, any leaks, because it's all been just condensation. You know, you don't have to worry about the water inside a Ziploc bag or something like that from ice. Just these blue ice packs or whatever the heck they're called. Alright, so I might just have a couple more runs at the most, and then I'm gonna call it. That'll be the end for me today. And you know, we tried what we could with this build with my limited experience on tweaking these Precision X1 numbers here. And we had fun. It was pretty good. But we must move on to the next GPU tomorrow and get this box out of the way, right? Get this. This is the box we're using. Move this out of the way so you can see. If you're still here, you're still checking it out. We built this box yesterday. Two 140mm fans on the front. Gotham steel Cuisinart pan box. So you know it's quality. The box is good quality, man. Right? And then we put at the back of it our 120mm radiator. Okay, which it has a push fan inside the box. Is a Noctua 120, and then on the out is a lighter duty Cooler Master 120, just to help clean up the air pressure at the back. And then of course fans everywhere. We've got RAM sinks on the RAM, so lots of copper, blah blah blah. That's what we did. And it's time to put this in the closet for you know, as long as this thing doesn't deteriorate. I'm really happy with this. I love what I did here. I don't even know if I'm gonna decorate it. I had a plan, like maybe decorating it or something, but you know what? This is fine. I like this. And then to be honest with the scores, very cool to see you never throw any old hardware. Yeah, I almost never throw anything away. It would only have to be, you know, a tragedy. If I had to throw a piece of hardware away, it's a tragedy for me. So, yeah, appreciate you saying that, coming out and sharing the love for this stuff. I'm definitely gonna keep pushing to do more of these kind of things. I only wish I could go like maybe further back, but you know. This is good. I like. It also has a connection to like this was what I was using. Like all this hardware is stuff that I actually grew as a PC gamer and a PC tinkerer and stuff. I grew with all this hardware. Like even this CPU motherboard combination here at one time was my rig, you know, and then it became my streaming build, and then I had a different rig, and so on and so forth, right? Yeah, dude, you and me both. I got no problem with dumpster diving. I got no problem with that. If I see something, if I see a motherboard, I'm yoinking it. You found a gold mine. 2 working i5 system and an iPad. PS3 working, GameCube, 360. Wow, that was a hell of a haul. Same electronic recycle. Yeah, I gotta hit up some of the places. There's a couple places not too far from me that I think they just throw out office stuff. Might be a good place to pick up some stuff. Yeah, for real. Like, that stuff can be used. I mean, it's good shit. And then even the stuff that's not necessarily usable, somebody would want it. Like, you know, people like us would collect it. Do something with it. Oh, I found me some DS's before. Yep, that's how I got. They're kind of boxed up right now, but I got 3 Nintendo DS's. By people just throwing them away. You know, I even have somewhere around here. Maybe I'll show on stream one day. I also have like the OG, like it's either 1st or 2nd gen iPad that someone just didn't want. So I got that. What else? Oh, dude. Like this now is old too. Let me show you this. I got, you know, even kind of this kind of stuff. The clamshell NVIDIA Shield, which I still use every now and then. Crazy, right? Battery's dead, so it's been turned off. But it turns on. As long as I charge it, it would still be workable. Quite potato, yeah. That's true. Yeah. Oh, you got an XL DS. Oh, damn. I wanted that one bad. I wanted the and then I also have the original console shield. I don't know if I can get the camera over there, but it's over there. Let me see. Kinda laying down here. But it's right here. Got that. So yeah, I'm right there with you. I like collecting this stuff. Some of it is stuff I've had originally from myself, like when it came out new, just like this shield. I had it when it was new. Like, I ordered this shit day one. Actually, no, battery's not bad here. Let me see. Oh, my chat just glitched. I might be dropping frames, my apologies. I don't know. You know, I don't have a ton of cool stuff on it, but there's, you know, got some Stardew Valley. It runs okay. I need to get the bravery to open it up one day, because I think I probably need to. I've air dusted it before, but I'm always worried about the little fan in it, so I've never been too crazy with air dusting it. So I know it needs to be cleaned, and maybe even depending on what kind of thermal medium they use, whether it's like a paste or something like that, or if they have pads anywhere. I think that would help it out a lot, because it does get a little bit toasty nowadays, more than it used to back in the day. Alright, so I think we'll probably let it be right here this should be the end. Only other thing I could think of trying to do that might be fun to do is just to see if switching to straight HDMI on the GPU has any effect on our scores, because I was using an adapter and sometimes that's a benefit and sometimes that's a detriment. So I don't know. Let me see. Let me see what it looks like. A Mac Pro from with dual Xeon. No. For what I could use it for or don't use it. Dude, that is some cool shit. Yeah, I want one of those. I want one of those Mac Pros, man. Those things, just the case alone, I want. Like even if someone's like, yo, I don't know what happened, we gutted this thing, here's the case. I want the friggin' case. Those things are tanks. You know, I'll make like a sleeper build in that thing. You know, but it would even be cool, but it would be more cool to have the actual, all the hardware, of course. Might even be worth something too. Dude, man, that is a good find. What the heck, bro? Oh yeah? Okay. Unraid. See if this helps or hinders the old scores. And then finally, the last thing we'll do, if this doesn't give us any changes that are good, we will plug HDMI into the motherboard, and we'll give the iGpu one more chance to do some runs. No. This is why I got the adapter. It looks like the HDMI ports on my Titan, or the port, the HDMI port it's very wonky. So let's skip that. Let's see if we can plug into the iGPU on the motherboard. Not sure to come back though. Sometimes when you have your main, even though I have it set for multi-monitor, sometimes it doesn't like to do that. Remember, I don't boot Mac OS. Oh yeah, yeah, I did dual booting on my Macs. Yeah. Every time I swap cable to screen between both GPU. Oh, you had dual GPUs? Okay, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't do that. Yeah, I ended up doing it. I ended up doing mine on a MacBook Pro. I actually have the first MacBook Pro that they went to, like they changed the design of it. The first Retina MacBook Pro, the 2012, 2011. I have that. That's probably the most beautiful laptop I've ever seen, like bar none. Yay! It took it a while, but here we are. We got it. We got it to connect. All right, now with it running straight through to the iGPU, does this help our scores? Yeah, I found out like in some cases I felt like it was running better on some things with my dual boot into Windows. But it's just I forget which version was back then. It might have been Mountain Lion back when I was playing around with it. It was just so buttery. Like I loved the feel of that operating system. But then as far as like doing things, tinkering and playing around with things, I always had a better time with Windows because I was just more used to tinkering with that stuff. But then I started getting a little bit better. Started finding out certain apps that allowed you to tweak things and stuff. But those are probably all gone by now. Okay, it actually doesn't like, it does better when it's plugged into the GPU. That's crazy, man. Alright, let's see if Time Spy, how it handles being like the GPU is running it, but the iGPU is taking care of the monitor. These crash on me a lot when I try to do this. Right, was Snow Leopard before Mountain Lion? And then it turned to Mountain Lion? I'm trying to remember the chronology of it. But those are my favorite. Like I've tried some newer editions of Mac, and it's probably just because I don't use it as much anymore as I used to. But I still like those older editions. It's just probably me being, you know, nostalgic or something. The age of the United States had very modern hours for the age versus Windows. Yeah, I'd say so. I agree. Yeah, they had a lot of features that became standard later for Windows on those older ones. Yeah, I don't think it likes running that way. What's odd, what really feels odd to me, maybe if I restart 3D Mark, maybe it will like to see the iGPU running the monitor. Just curious. Alright, let's check it out. Let's see what we got here. So we got still Nomad Light now. We'll run it through the 630. I don't know why it says it's not, because we're actually plugged into the motherboard. But whatever. Maybe I would have been better off restarting the PC so Windows could realize I moved to the motherboard. We'll see. And then probably what I'll end up trying as well, like on some of these future runs when I tinker with this stuff even more, is I'll probably bring out the riser cable. I have a PCI 4.0 riser cable that maybe I can use that to make it even safer to get the GPU in a much colder state, perhaps. Because right now it's like, since it's right up against the motherboard, it does make me a little tentative to, you know, dump, you know, a crap ton of ice in there. So here we go, the HD630, that's what we're running, not the Titan. Titan's there just chilling, literally, right now. And this, unless this like really pumps me up, this runs results that load, this will be it. This is the final run, unless I get really angry. Yeah, we're stuck at 408. Looks like that's pretty much all we can do. Let's go ahead and clean up these test results so we don't, I don't want to squeeze people around too much when they're trying to look for like their test results, and then I got too many in the way. So that was Nomad Lite, DX12, and an HD630 was the culprit. Search it. There it is again. Alright, so let me see. Let's get rid of get rid of this one. We'll hide that result. Actually, I'm not really getting rid of it. I like that you can hide it, because that way I can still search it in my stuff. So the next closest person is 396, and I'll probably end up deleting these two because that's not cool that I did all this. I'll get these out of the way. 396. So they're like right there. That's not hard at all. Yeah, we'll get rid of those. Yeah, we don't want to leave those in everybody's way. But thanks so much for everybody for coming out. Appreciate it, Fralor. Thanks so much for all the chatting, and you got me even more pumped to do this kind of thing. So I definitely appreciate you coming by and sharing the passion for this stuff, because it really helps to kind of boost me to do more of this and have fun with it, you know what I mean? But we are going to keep crawling forward. Night for you as well? Okay, cool. So good timing for both of us, so we can kind of move on with the evening. I'm trying to think. I'll probably store this for a little bit, because like I said, tomorrow the next stream we'll be doing the 980. It has a blower on it, one of those air coolers, the FE stuff. And then the Titan X has a similar cooler as this one, a liquid cooler radiator. So maybe we'll bring this box back out for that one. And maybe we can get some crazy scores on that. I don't know. I'm hoping. Yeah, thanks so much. Definitely appreciate it. So hopefully, if you have time and you see me live tomorrow, it would be nice for you to come by and chat if you get a chance. If not, we'll see you on one of the next streams, because I still have the 980. I got the Titan X. And then after the Titan X, I got to do the 1080 by itself. I'm going to do two different 1080 Ti's to see which one scores better. And then after that, I need to do SLI 1080 Ti's. And then after that, I have to get the 3080 Ti. And then after the 3080 Ti, I have to, which I have a 3080 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra EVGA RIP, and then I got to do the 3090 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra by EVGA RIP. And then after that, then we'll go to the 5070. All of this just leading up to the 5070. What a fucking crazy shit. You got two 970s? Oh man. But obviously if you SLI those two puppies, then you got my 980 beat. Oh, you did that on the 25? Oh man, beautiful. That's so cool. Hell yes. Yeah. So again, also I gotta double check that this motherboard supports SLI. So instead of double checking, we'll just try it out. You know what I mean? And then worst case scenario on that day with my 1080 Ti's, I'll end up just versing them. Which card is faster? You know what I mean? Since they're both the same card. But one is a EVGA version of the Founders Edition and the other is NVIDIA's. So it's just silicon lottery basically. Yep. Good deal. Yeah, I think the reason I got the 980 is I went and got it from Best Buy because I had like a really good deal going for it with some like membership points or something like that. So that's how I ended up with my 980, because if I remember right, I actually had the Titan X already, and I got the 980 was going to be for my, you know, like another little project I was doing. And you know, I had considered maybe waiting for, because they, you know, the 980 Ti rumors and all that. I considered like waiting because I don't remember the chronology of this. But then I figured like, nah, I already have the Titan X, so that'll hold me over for, you know, wanting to, you know, push things and stuff like that. So I didn't bother like fighting for the 980 Ti at the time. But yeah, because of that 3.5, yep. Yeah, that one sucks, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that's, you hate when companies do that kind of crap. But I mean, and that's the thing, they don't have to do that kind of crap. The 970 at its time was a badass GPU, especially when you consider your ability to throw SLI at it if you got a second card either at the same time or later down the road, right? They don't have to, these companies don't have to do that kind of crap. You know, that shit was a good card, and it's the same with the 5070 today. This is what aggravates me. The 5070 is a good fucking card. It is. If they didn't do all the bullshit they do with like only comparing the new frame gen, multi-frame gen versus old single frame gen, you know what I mean? Like if they didn't do that crap, if they didn't say it was a 4090 performance, if they didn't do all of that crap, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm jealous of that because I think that would have been a lot more fun for me to play with than the 980 by itself. But at the time, I wasn't thinking good. I was just like, oh, I got a coupon, I got a gift card, I got all this. The 980 is only going to cost me whatever the heck it was, right? It's going to be pretty cheap. But I could have done those with two 970s and it would have been really good. 70 series is usually good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the 5070 is good if it's marketed in the right way and if the price is right. Catch it close, you know, catch it on MSRP only. That's just my humble opinion. But if the marketing drama, if they hadn't done that, if all of the launch issues weren't a thing, all the driver issues and all that stuff, and if they hadn't tried to like lie to the consumer and say that it's a 4090 performance, if they didn't try to use multi-frame gen as, you know, some kind of miracle feature, right? If they would have just said, oh, and last thing, one more thing, guys. So you're getting a better GPU than last generation. It does this better. It's a little more efficient. All these things are true. But also, let us throw one more bone at you. Here is multi-frame gen. And you can see what you can do when you turn this feature on. That's how they should have marketed that shit. If they would have done that, people would be loving NVIDIA right now. Done deal. Yo, Jensen, my boy, I can help you with your marketing. Call me. You know, I don't know much of anything else, but me and most gamers could help you with your marketing. I guess when you're like at the top, you get like an ego and you feel like, well, I don't need anybody's help. We'll just, you know, we're like the only place that people can go, which is like what we were saying. Hopefully Intel, hopefully AMD can start kicking some more ass. And then that would help things balance out better. Let me get rid of that because we are pretty much done. Pretty much gonna call it there. Yeah, he is for real. Like, and you can tell, like it's almost like he's having like theatrical style Freudian slips. So like when he did the shield and he was holding his hand out for the Thor's hammer thing, like you could tell that was his Freudian slip where he was admitting, yo, my ego is out of control. So I don't know, man. Oh gosh. But the thing is, it's so stupid because he doesn't have to. Like they have a lot of cool stuff. The AI frame generation stuff, those are cool features. They are. But you need to market them as that, as like a bonus. Gamers love bonuses, right? It's like when Fallout, what was it? Fallout 4. Don't get me wrong, like people might have not liked it. I didn't, you know, like too much the way they did the dialogue, things like that. I prefer Fallout 3 and New Vegas. But like when Bethesda said, oh, by the way, it's coming out like in a couple months. That's how you need to market these things. Like if you put multi-frame generation as like, oh, well, this is how you're supposed to run it. No, it's not. It's not how you're supposed to run it. It is a bonus that you can use to run it and get like obscene frame rate. His jacket, for real. Yeah. Like for Jensen, like what he should do, which would be funny, if we're just gonna like help him with his next meme, he should like have a jacket with like almost like, you know, he has the GPUs of his enemies. He should have some Arc GPUs, some AMD GPUs on there, and like have them hanging as if like he's a hunter, and it's like, you know, those are the, you know, those are his game, his prey, you know, that he just brought in, and he's gonna mount them on the wall. It's like, yep, yeah, I took that one out, I took that one out, I took that one out. Like that would be a fucking weird jacket that he can add to the collection. current 59. It should be 2 times better minimum. I agree. For the current prices, 100%. Yeah. Current prices of the 5090, you should get both the 5090's performance and that new what do you call it? The RTX Pro 6000. You should get the performance of both of those for everything in the 5090, and you should have 64 gigabytes, and then the 5080 should have at least 24 gigabytes. Like bar none. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I've had a couple people that I've given them similar advice. I was like, no, if anything, just wait for if you just have to have the 50 because you have that 40 series card, wait for the true prices to appear, right? So if you cannot get a 50 series card, whichever one you're looking for, at MSRP of what Nvidia says MSRP was supposed to be, if you can't get that and you have a 40 series, yeah, might as well wait out, see what the supers are like, see what the prices on the supers are. That's what I tell people. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is that generation where it's not gonna work going the same series up. But it doesn't make sense. Yeah. I think that's all I really needed to say. In case anyone watches the VOD, is that tomorrow I'll probably just be trying out the 980. And we probably will either Sunday or Monday, we might return to the Icebox, but it will be with the Titan X. Plan was to get a 4090 end of the year. I had a similar plan, my dude. NVIDIA emptying stocks early. Yep. They did us dirty, man. Cause I was feeling the same way. I was like getting close to like, you know what? I'll just get a 4090, even though you know, they were leaking, you know, the rumors of what the 50 series was going to be like and all that. I was like, you know what? No, I could be real happy with a 4090. But yeah, they emptied the stock early. Like earlier than what I'm used to seeing. So now we never get the 59. Right, yeah. If the and they knew that. They knew there was a ton of people like us that if the 4090 was available regularly, you know, even if it was a little bit, you know, a little bit off on the price, don't get me wrong, it can't be near the 5090 price. That's insanity. But it could be a little off, you know. They knew if that didn't exist, or, you know, if that was out there existing on the shelves or on the online stores, people like us would be getting those, 100%. And then that would be less frenzy, less demand, and then they couldn't drive the prices up for their AIBs, or the AIB people couldn't drive up their prices. Because remember, the AIBs were also in on it with the stock and stuff, and because they raised the prices of the 4090s like crazy. Like we're straight up from Amazon, all these other companies, the prices of the 4090s hit 2300 on Amazon, like literally in November of last year. October, November. AIB to build it. Oh, you mean the SIs, the system integrators? Yeah. A lot of those companies did struggle. But the board partners, like, you know, the ones that sell the GPUs by themselves a lot, like your MSIs, your Gigabytes, your Asuses, they were way too happy. And then stores like Amazon and I think even Walmart, Best Buy. I think Best Buy held the prices closer to MSRP for longer than anybody with the 4090s. But Amazon and Walmart, they immediately jacked their prices up just from the mention that, okay, they're turning off supply. And it was like, dude. I was like, I waited too late. What the fuck? Now I'm screwed because I didn't want to pay $2,300 for a 4090. Like, and don't get me wrong, like maybe that's still a bargain compared to, you know, 3,000 because those went fast anyway. Like even though it was 2,300, it still sold out. So even if a $2,300 4090 was readily available right now, there'd be a ton of people grabbing those instead of fighting for the $3,000 5090s. I guarantee it. I probably wouldn't be one of them. Because I just don't believe in that. I think it was high enough when Nvidia decided that they wanted to hit these higher price levels of 17 and 1800, and MSI was going with 17 1800, Asus was 17 1800. That seemed like a lot back in the day, and who would have thought that we'd be here now talking about $3,000 and $4,000 5090s. My God. What a freaking mess marketing wise. But, you know, c'est la vie. Supposedly. Right? Am I right? Without anything existing, a local PC shop in the city here had shelves. In October, it was completely gone and stayed empty for months. Yep. Yeah, if I was more on top of the game, there were, you know that kind of thing does happen. You know they do that kind of thing. I just didn't expect them to do it that early, number one. It felt like a month or two earlier than what I remember with like the between 2000 to 3000 series stuff. It just felt like it was a little bit sooner, and it felt like they cut it more cold turkey off. Like I feel like with some of the other times when they turned down supply, it wasn't cold turkey just completely off. It felt like some of these other launch times, they kind of trickled it out. And then obviously, nobody predicted that you were going to have this bad of a supply issue for the 50 series. So that also kind of bamboozled me, where that's one of the biggest tricks that got me and made me not as in a rush to grab one of those 4090s, because I was like, you know what, even if I have to wait a month, you know, because 50 series launch is going to be crazy, I knew it. Even if I have to wait a month, I can still grab the 5090. But price and availability was insane. So it just kind of like made me feel that I should have, like, if I would have been looking at the signs back in October, I probably would have nabbed me a 4090. Yeah, the panic. Yeah, it's like the toilet paper panic. You know what I mean? It's like people go on a crazy spree. Like, I wonder if there was any people like grabbing up like 2 or 3 fucking 4090s because they were panicking. I know scalpers do that kind of thing, so I'm sure there were scalpers and stuff grabbing multiple 4090s because then they would resell them and are still reselling them at very high prices. But I bet there might even like be regular people that just like snagged up a few out of panic. Summer we still have normalized. Kind of did. The price is bad still. Yeah. Yeah, it's still messy out there. I do see the signs that it is much better though, right? Like one of the first signs that I see that it's better is a lot of system integrators, their prices on actual builds is coming way down. Like we're talking like $1,000 and sometimes up to $2,000 price drops on 50 series systems, complete systems. And to me, that is a good beginning sign because that's been happening over the last month or so. To me, that indicates that the actual GPUs are also going to start dropping. It just can't sustain that way forever. Something will always give. It's just obviously those of us that this is our passion, you know, a lot of times we pay the price because, you know, we're going to bite the bullet and we're going to buy it. We're going to get it. You know what I mean? We're going to wait in line. You know, and maybe some of us actually might need it because we use it for work or something. But a lot of us, even if we're just passionate and we don't necessarily need it, like we're going to go ahead and we're going to do that, right? But for the broader audience of like GPUs and the broader audience of PC gaming, they're going to wait. They don't give a shit, right? We forget, as people that are fighting over 50 series GPUs, we forget that we're probably less than 1% of the PC gaming community. We're a very small group, right? They don't give a crap about us, right? It's like, dude, you want it? 3,000. Take it or leave it, dog. That's what they tell us because they know we don't have the numbers, right? Even if we say no, right? It's not a big mover, right? What moves in masses for them obviously is on that AI side. They make a bunch of money on that shit. But on this other side, it's the, you know, it's the other stuff. They're already making their money on that kind of stuff. You can look at the Steam charts at what the, you know, the largest demographic of GPUs are. And most gamers, they don't give a shit about 5000 series at all. So, which to me is good. I'm actually happy about that because that's what they get. That's what they deserve. Oh man. All right, dude. So I think that's where we're going to kind of leave this Titan. Tomorrow will be 980. And yeah, I'm probably going to get some grub. Already had a decent meal, but I'm feeling that snack kind of feeling like I want to grab not necessarily milk and cookies because I've been doing a lot better on my eating. So probably going to get something, maybe some fruit, maybe some yogurt, something like that, you know. But just kick back, watch some TV, call it a night. But I just want to say a shout out to everybody that came out. Thanks for all the follows, all the subs. Thank you so much for Laura for the sub the other day. I was probably about 30 minutes too late to say thank you because I always get, I don't know where my head is sometimes and I miss things. So apologies for that, but thanks again for that. Appreciate it. 5.2 diet. 5.2. Tell me what that is. 2 days a week. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've heard of stuff like that. I like when I do my when I try to mix in dieting, the thing that helps me, and you know everybody's different, but the diet that has helped me the most, it's similar to something like that, but not quite. It is a intermittent fasting diet. That's the one that helps me the most when I'm trying to like cut out, because I have a problem with like I eat too much carbs and too much fats, because you know that's where all the flavor is, right? And I go overboard with those. So intermittent fasting, strangely enough, it doesn't just help me eat less because you're skipping certain times of the day from eating. But for some reason, when I do that, my appetite is a lot easier to control. So good on you. So you do chicken and rice for 2 days, and then the other 5 days, you're kind of like struggling. Yeah, man, that's tough. That's tough, dude. So 5 days you can eat normal, right? You don't want to go crazy probably, and then 2 days you lock it up, right? Cool, man. Cool. I might try something like that one day, but so far every time I've had good success, it was because I mixed in my intermittent fasting. And I'm telling you, for me, it does wonders. My sugar cravings, my fried, greasy food cravings go way down. Filet, 100 grams of rice. Right, yep. Okay, so that's about 600 cal. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can handle it. Because for me, I have done something before where I did a very strict diet where 5 days a week I did very strict keto, like super strict keto, right? And then for the weekend, for two days, I would carb up a lot. But what that diet was for, that was for when I was actually like working out more and training. That diet, it did help, lose fat, but the main reason for it was to lose fat while also keeping your performance up. Because there were times when I go on too hard a keto, it was harder to like train hard. And that was one of those diets that helped me, like by carving up on those weekends, I could still make muscle gains. And then during the week, the keto kind of helped me, shred up a little bit. So. Oh my God, the dressings. Yeah. I'm the same way for Lord. Like, sometimes I can have such a clean, beautiful diet and then be like, what? Wait a minute. I didn't reach the target on my weight. What's going on here? And then I'll look back and realize it's because I'd go crazy on the sauces. And you don't know how much sauces are adding. Like, because what the label is telling you is a teaspoon or a tablespoon, right? And come on, that's not what we put on our food, right? Like, at least that's not how I do it. I don't think I've ever used a teaspoon of ketchup ever, right? It's like tablespoon after tablespoon, just boom. There's a lot when I put it on my fries or my hamburger. So yeah, keeping an eye on the sauces will help a lot. But if you haven't tried the intermittent fasting, if you're jamming, if you're rocking out with the 5-2, like, just keep jamming, do what works for you. But if you ever have trouble with cravings and stuff, there's certain intermittent fasting diets that can help. In order to merge it with the sauce, that's true. That's how I am, yeah. Yeah, for real. Yeah. But intermittent fasting, for some people like me, you'll see your carb cravings go down a ton. Because I know when I do straight keto and I eat normal meals, I actually was having craving problems. I would crave carbs. But when I would mix it in with like a scheduled intermittent fasting, nothing too crazy. Like, maybe I would skip breakfast, or maybe, depending on how I feel. Everybody's different. I have trouble skipping dinner because if I do, then it's hard for me to fall asleep at night. But some people, they do better if they don't have a big meal on their stomach before sleep time anyway. So, that's all individual. But by skipping a meal and doing keto, dude, like, I don't even care about pizza. I don't care about candy or ice cream or any of the stupid things that, the commercials would get you stuck on. None of it bothers me. Right. Yeah, yeah. It might be something like that with me. I think that's how it is with me. Like if I get into a groove of just eating a lot, then I just want more. Yeah, yeah. That's like they say, you know, you eat more with your eyes. Well, not necessarily. Sometimes as much as you eat with your eyes, if you're not careful, that's what you end up eating. So dude, well, this has been fun, man, but I'm gonna probably head out. But dude, please feel free. Um, anytime, drop by. It don't matter the conversation, man. That was that actually has me thinking that I might tweak my diet a little bit now. Um, the wife and fam have been eating good, and they've been helping me out a lot as well. And but you know, every now and then I add a little bit of peanut butter and stuff in there. Um, now I feel a little bit more motivated. Back tomorrow? Cool. Cool. Yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. You know, if shit comes up, totally understandable. I always plan to, like, you know, if I announce I'm coming tomorrow for a stream, I almost always try to do that, but you know how life is. Sometimes business or something comes up and we got to take care of it. But hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. We'll be testing out a 980. That'd be a lot easier to mess with than this thing. So, check it with you then. And for any of the lurkers or anybody else hanging out, appreciate it. You're not forgotten. You're appreciated too. So, ciao everybody. Hope you have a good morning, afternoon, or night. And as always, God bless. Yes, we're hoping to get more than 3 FPS.